take this opportunity to thank Sri Yusuf Ali also for all the magnanimity that he has shown in making this a reality. So that happened because of the pandemic, because, you know, we, at that point of time, we never knew how long this pandemic was going to last. So we thought we should have a state-of-art studio from here where our students will be benefited, where our classes are not disrupted, and where the public at large or the stakeholders are benefited out of such a creation. And that's how the whole thing started. And when I say, because, you know, while we talk about suffering on one side, there are so many things that have happened, as Dr. Krishnan pointed out, a series of lectures where you could never have imagined such stalwart speakers coming and speaking to us offline. Today, we are really fortunate to have one out of that, but it's always difficult to have such a galaxy of speakers coming to you always, especially taking the fact that we are in the southern end of the country and somebody traveling all the way to address us. So that's what the advantage probably an online facility has thrown us. But having said that, we take everything with folded hands, and today, because of all these things, we are at this setup. I don't want to stand between, as I told you, prolong too much. This is an international conference with great subjects involved and great speakers. It's going to be a treat for the next 2 days, I'm sure about it. I wish this deliberation all success, and I'm sure those who are participating in this would gain much out of this and would become richer at the end of maybe tomorrow evening. With these few words, let me conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Shri Kris Gopalakrishnan is one of the co-founders of Infosys, the global leader in the next generation digital services and consulting. Senapati Kris Gopalakrishnan served as the vice chairman of Infosys from 2011 to 2014. He is a recognized global business and technology thought leader. He has served as president of India's Apex Industry Chamber, co-chaired World Economic Forum in Davos, recipient of Second Asian Corporate Director Recognition Award by Corporate Governance Asia. Government of India recognized his contribution and honored him Padma Bhushan in 2011. Presently, he serves on the board of governors of IIT Madras and IIM Bangalore. He is also on the board of trustees of the Chennai Mathematical Institute. The most eminent personality to call for national innovation and entrepreneurship policy, Senapati Kris Gopalakrishnan. With most respect, we welcome you for the inauguration and inaugural address.
Good morning to all the participants. And all the participants, not just here in person, but all the participants who are participating remotely. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me for this international conference, which coincides with the Platinum Jubilee of the SD College itself. Thank you, Ramanand, for insisting that I come here in person. He was very clear from the word go that I must come here in person. Platinum Jubilee is an important milestone for any institution. For a college, it's important because, of course, you're celebrating the Platinum Jubilee, but you're also, in some sense, recognizing all the students who have passed through these portals, all the people who have passed through these portals, all the people who are today contributing to society in various stages, in various forums, be it in academics, be it in industry, be it in government. So you look back with pride, all the contributions of all the people who have passed through these portals. And in some sense, it's also a celebration of their contribution to society, which was enabled through the education they got here at SD College. My friend Shibilal is one of them. He's been my colleague for the last 45 years. We met in Bombay in those days, Mumbai today, in 1979, and have remained as colleagues and friends since then. So, to the people in this room, to the people participating remotely, I think many more leaders will be created in the future. And I think it's an opportunity for you to get inspiration from all the people who have benefited from this college and take this college to greater and greater heights. The success of a college, a university, typically is creation of knowledge, application of knowledge, and dissemination of knowledge. When you are teaching, it's dissemination. When you are doing research, it's creation of knowledge. And when you apply that to societal problems, then you create products, you create services, you create businesses. So application of knowledge, and then application of knowledge happens through students also. So let this college have even more impact in future. And a conference like this is an opportunity to actually introspect and think about what has worked, what has not worked, or what could be made better. Also think about what could be done in the future and what could be done in a better way. And I think this facility itself is a symbol of that in some sense, because you are already thinking about what could be done in the future, what should education be in the future. See, traditionally education has been thought of as I said, dissemination of knowledge, but it happens once, early in one's life, and then you apply that knowledge for the rest of your life. But that's no longer true. Education is lifelong, because things around us are changing at a faster and faster pace. And if you need to be current, if you need to use the latest tools and technologies, clearly you need to continuously learn. And what role do educational institutions have in that continuous learning process is something that all of us need to think about. And um, online education can benefit from good facilities such as this. The new education policy clearly recognizes the changing role education will play in society, and how we need to rethink and reimagine education. So I'm very happy to address you from this facility. It was told that the international conference benefited from being able to conduct this in a hybrid mode, because you could invite speakers from anywhere in the world. Now you can extend that to your regular educational programs also. There is no reason why you can't have a teacher teaching a class from anywhere in the world, right? So we need to take advantage of these things. These are what I would call reactions to, or way for us to, it's our survival instinct. If we could not have reimagined education, what would have happened in the last 2 years, right? So we, by necessity, transitioned to a hybrid mode, by necessity transition to an online mode. But now that becomes a habit, that becomes a actually way of operating in the future. So in some sense, it's definitely something that we can take from a positive that we can take from the COVID-19 pandemic. This conference is about entrepreneurship, and I want to define entrepreneurship very broadly. Entrepreneurship to me is about self-motivation. It's about using resources efficiently, effectively, cost-effectively. It's about being self-driven. It's about being disciplined. It's about taking responsibility. It's about being accountable. It's about innovating and doing things differently, finding new solutions to problems that exist or you anticipate, and coming out with new solutions based on innovations and technologies that are emerging every single day. So in that sense, all of us need to exhibit entrepreneurial traits, every single person. And I forgot one more thing. Being an entrepreneur is able to communicate, storytelling. It's about selling your idea, marketing your idea. All of these things are what an entrepreneur is or should be. And in that sense, a teacher, a professor, to me is an entrepreneur, because you need to think about how to present your ideas in a way in which the student will understand it better, will get attracted to their idea, because only when the student understands, appreciates, and learns, then their idea gets propagated. Nowadays, professors will also have to raise resources. Actually, we are realizing the role raising resources plays to the growth of an educational institution. So to me, of course, as an employee in an organization, you are called an entrepreneur or an intrapreneur. If you start a business, you're an entrepreneur. And in life, I feel that entrepreneurial traits have to be demonstrated by everybody such that we have a better society. Today, in many cases, people do not take accountability as an important thing. Commitments are not um, honored. And that's the reason why we have so many projects that are not completed, so many initiatives failing. And when you look at education general, I'm talking about education, but it applies to businesses, etc. That keeping commitments, being accountable, all of these things are very, very important. Of course, in the industry, this is seen as an absolute must, because if the business has to do well, you have to meet your goals, you have to meet your targets, you have to meet your commitments, and you are held accountable on a quarterly basis, because investors, shareholders are looking at the results on a quarterly basis. So in the business environment, this is a given, but more and more, I believe that this is what is expected in all walks of life, all sectors of industry. Now, let me look at, now this is especially to the students, what has changed from the time I was a student, or Shubhalal was a student, or many of the people sitting on the stage were students, etc. I passed out in 1979 from IIT Madras, and there have been several changes. In fact, when I look back, it's truly amazing to see the amount of change that has happened in the last 43 years, actually. First and foremost, of course, I need to talk about digital computing itself, because that's one technology that has affected all of us. If you look back at COVID-19, the reason that we were able to function as a society, the reason our businesses were able to function is because we quickly transitioned to a digital mode, adopting digital technology. What could have taken probably 5-10 years got adopted by people in just 5 months, right? We very quickly, whether we were prepared or not, we were forced to transition to a digital way of life. Now, I have had a ringside view. I consider myself fortunate that early on, by luck, more than anything else, I wouldn't call it foresight, I joined the computer industry. Of course, I did my MTech in computer science, joined the computer industry, and was there to see this transition. When we were learning computer science, when we were learning programming, that was on a mainframe system, an IBM 370 at IIT Madras. At that point, that IBM 370 was the second largest computer in Asia, the whole of Asia. We learned programming on Fortran language. I don't know whether anybody would recognize what Fortran is today. That computer was about $2 million in those days. It used to occupy, a floor like this. It was in a glass cage. People needed permission to enter the computer center. It was limited to few professionals, few professors, few students of the computer science department. And it was what was called a batch system. You would write the program offline on punch cards, and then you would submit the punch card deck for the program to be uploaded, compiled, run. A printout would come. That's how you would get the output. Then you study. the printout, whether the program has worked or not. And the next day, we would resubmit it if there's a problem. That's why it's called a batch system. But fast forward today, how things have changed. Almost all of us have a phone in our hand today. If it's a smartphone, probably that smartphone, which is, somewhere between 30,000 rupees to 50,000 rupees or something like that, is actually better than that IBM mainframe I learned programming on. That's the power that each one of us now hold in our hands. And that has enabled us to completely transform our lives. Imagine that one device allows us to communicate with anybody in the world, send emails to anybody in the world, do shopping sitting at our home or wherever we are. It allows us to entertain ourselves, music, videos. It allows us to keep track of our projects, our life, so on and so forth. Actually, keeps track of all our network of friends, relatives. It's unimaginable how that device has transformed our lives. That's just one change that has happened. Of course, ability to communicate itself is a huge change that has happened. Again, if I talk to students today, especially those who are born, let's say after 1995, 25, 26 or less in age, they all believe that they were born with a mobile phone in their hand. It's something they assume was always there, and something they assume that it's a right. How can you live without a mobile phone? Back in 70s, 80s, you used to apply for a phone and wait for 2 years for the phone to come. Less than 5% of Indians had phones at home. And it was a fixed line phone, not something that you can carry around. Again, and India has one of the best telephone networks in the world, one of the cheapest telephone networks in the world. At maybe 300, 500 rupees, you can get unlimited calls, unlimited messages, and 1 GB of data every single day. Unprecedented anywhere in the world, anywhere in the world. And again, that's something that we in India have benefited from. And on top of that, I'm just talking about digital technology just to show how much has changed and how much impact has been created in the last 40, 50 years. Now, digital services have become a large part of the global economy today. Some of the largest companies in the world, companies that have become household names today, Facebook or Meta, Google, Amazon, Microsoft. These are companies which are less than 50 years old, and they've become the largest companies in the world. So you can create something very big, very fast. And of course, about the IT services industry. It's an industry that is that has a revenue of $200 billion. It employs 5 million people or 50 lakh people across the country. Exports of about $150 billion. India's exports of IT services is larger than India's oil bill, import of oil. Right? Our IT services export is actually higher than India's import of oil. So in that sense, that industry is actually very, very valuable to the country in terms of earning foreign exchange and things like that. We have made India the hub for global IT services, actually. All the multinational corporations that you can think of, anybody has their IT department here in India, or one of the largest IT departments here in India. A lot of the R&D, research and development of multinational corporations is done here in India. Design, development, etc. is done in India. So in some sense, Intel used to have an advertisement, or maybe still has, which says Intel Inside. Now we can actually say India inside and everything that we see, because some of the design is actually done here in India. Now, the reason I'm saying this is, there's so much change that has happened, but that has also created so many opportunities for all of us. Change must be seen as an opportunity. It is when things change, and especially things change rapidly, new leadership emerges, new opportunities emerge. And if you embrace change, in fact, I have a term for the riding the wave. See, what did we do? We were at the right place at the right time at the beginning of the digital computer revolution. Now, there are so many changes that are happening today. So many new technologies are being introduced. And cloud and mobile is already here. Internet of Things, where you can embed computing in everything that you can think of. Video conferencing systems, lights, air conditioning, speakers, anything that you can think of. In the future, clothes and everything. Because if you put it in clothes, actually it monitors your body vitals and things like that. There's a company which has a mat which you put underneath your bed, and it monitors your vital signs and can monitor your sleep patterns, can monitor a patient, etc. Anything that you can think of, you can put processor in it today, and that's what is Internet of Things actually. And they are all interconnected. Today there are about 5-6 billion people connected on the internet, but in the future there'll be 50-60 billion or maybe 100 billion things that are connected on the internet. And you can now communicate not just to people, but communicate to devices anywhere in the world. The entire area of personalized medicine, area of genomics, all of this are going to transform healthcare. In automotive industry, we are seeing autonomous driving. You're seeing new fuel technologies. You're seeing new models of using automobile as a service, things like Uber, etc. Again, that industry is getting transformed. Education is getting transformed. Healthcare is getting transformed. So every retail already we have seen already has transformed. Sitting here in Kerala, you can reach to consumers anywhere in the world. You can sell your products, you can get money instantaneously, ship the product, etc. So every industry is getting transformed. In terms of the GDP, so again, I'm going to use 1980 as the starting point. The global GDP was $11 trillion. Today, the global GDP is approximately $100 trillion, 10 times growth in the last 40 years. India went from a GDP of $160 billion to $3 trillion. Again, about 20 times India has grown in the last 40 years, 20 times in the last 40 years. So when you look at these changes, suddenly you realize that we have come a long way. Long way. But you also realize that there is a long way for us to go, because India is still a poor country, per capita income of $2,000. Several of our fellow citizens still don't get access to education, still don't get access to healthcare. Definitely, we have a long way to go. And that, to me, again, is the opportunity, and that is for the students. This is your opportunity to have an impact on India and the world. Because India will, the reason I gave you the data about how much India has grown is because in the next 20-30 years, from 3 trillion, we will definitely go to $10 trillion or maybe more. Per capita income will go from 2,000 to 5,000 to 6,000. India will become a middle income country. And I submit before you that maximum amount of innovations will happen in India, more than any other country, because there is a need for that innovation here in India. Where it's absolutely needed is here in India. Let me just illustrate by one point. The number of automobiles in India is very, very low. 3.5 to 4% of Indians own cars, right? Very large country. So 3.5% to 4% own cars in India. Probably 10% of people can afford, or they can afford with debt and with loans from banks, etc. And pretty soon, maybe 20% can own cars. Now, what does that mean? Can you think about that? Our roads will become parking lots, and we will pollute ourselves to death if we do not rethink ownership of cars, if we do not rethink alternate fuel technology, if you do not rethink how our cities should be designed to walk to work and things like that, right? Everything has to be reimagined. And that's the reason why I believe that India is the best place to innovate, the best place where new models will be introduced, new technologies will be introduced, provided we understand the opportunity and we take advantage of the opportunity and we come back to being entrepreneurial. We are doing it actually. If you look at UPI, Universal Payment Interchange Interface, actually, it's the best technology for payments in the world, because you get instantaneous transfer of money from one account to another account, not even knowing which bank the other person has account in. All you need is a telephone number. You don't need the telephone number. If you just walk around and see vendors on the road, they have a QR code, and all you need to do is point your phone at that and then pay. That's it. You don't need to know anything. About 10% of India owns credit card. Today, 80% can actually transact using digital technologies. 80% of Indians can transact using digital technologies. It's an amazing revolution, zero cost, instantaneous transfer, and very few problems or issues. So this is what I'm saying. India is a huge, huge opportunity to innovate, to come out with new models, come out with new products, create new businesses. And that's the reason why I feel confident in saying that all the new innovations will happen in India. Healthcare, automotive, all of these things. And we have a large market, 1.4 billion people. 20% of the world's population is here in India. 20% of the world's population. Nobody can ignore India. And that, to me, is the opportunity that India provides. And that's the opportunity for us to reimagine and create a better India, create a better world, create better solutions for the world. I will end with one last example. COVID-19 again, I'll come back to. It's amazing that the world found a cure or a preventive technique using mRNA technology, messenger RNA technology. They invented a vaccine within 48 hours after the DNA sequence of the virus was published. Within 1 year, they were administering the vaccine on people. Unprecedented in the history of the world to create a vaccine within just 1 year. Okay. So it's a huge achievement. Of course, huge achievement primarily driven by developed countries. So what happened? The cost of individual doses was $30. you have to transport that vaccine at minus 70 degrees Celsius. Now, can you imagine that cost in India? Can you imagine how we would transport at minus 70 degrees Celsius the vaccine? Fortunately, there were other vaccines. One actually invented in India, Bharat Biotech Covaxin, and Covishield, which was being manufactured in India by Serum Institute. And they could bring down the cost to less than $3 per dose. Right? So 2 billion doses have been administered. About 80% of the adult population, one of the best coverage in the world, happened in India, India still being a poor country. Why we were able to do that? Because we were able to reduce the cost of vaccine. And today, in any vaccine development, vaccine manufacture, India plays a significant role. You know, we are the major developer, manufacturer of vaccine for the world. We are the vaccine capital for the world. Again, that shows the importance of India and opportunity that India provides. So to me, you know, this is the best time to be an entrepreneur. This is the best time to invest in India. This is the best time to ride the wave that India provides, opportunity that India provides. It's people who make a difference. That's what I've learned from life. I think we need to make this world a better place. Our generation has tried, but we have not succeeded. I hope this generation will succeed in making this world a better place. I hope you will succeed in making India a better place to live. The opportunity is there. I think I come back to now SD College actually. An institution like this has made a difference to hundreds and thousands of students. It's continuing to make a difference to hundreds of thousands of students. I think each one of us need to actually think about, can you help one person? Can you help a community? Can you help a society? Can you make a difference in an organization that you're working for? If all of us do that, I think we will be better off. So thank you for inviting me to this wonderful function and wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for gracing this event and reminding us the role of creating, applying, and disseminating knowledge to be proactive in system. Your words linked to different ages and showed the rapid change in digital world. We are so privileged to have you here, sir. Now we have our well-wishers to offer felicitations. I welcome Sri Ramanand, member of Sanatana Dharma Vidyashala Management Committee.
President of SDU Management Committee, respected Sri R. Krishnan, distinguished chief guest of the day, co-founder and former CEO of Infosys, Sri Kris Gopalakrishnan, other dignitaries representing Thribhuvan University, Dr. Dilliraj Sharma, Dr. Govinda Tamang, respected principal in charge, Dr. Meena Janardhanan, head of the Department of Commerce, Dr. M. Krishnan, convener of this international conference, Dr. Prashant Despai, IQAC coordinator, Dr. Parameshwaran, Platinum Jubilee coordinator, Dr. Prabhu, Dr. Emma, other faculty members, dear students, and all others present here and through online. Actually, as mentioned by everyone, or rather by our President Sri Krishnan, I also feel that it's indeed a pleasure and honor for me to be here as one among the invitees offering felicitations. The pleasure is threefold in the sense that I'm an alumnus, I'm a former faculty, and by God's grace, I'm a member of the management committee also. So it's a kind of threefold, as you said, Directive Madaram is 3 times Madaram for me. And I really feel proud to be here. The Commerce Department is organizing a 2-day international conference as a part of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations of ST College. We are actually, all of us are proud that the department, which started functioning in 1946 with a diploma course in commerce, has over the years blossomed into a full-fledged research center. Now, when Dr. Krishnan invited me and asked me whether I will offer felicitations, okay, I said, okay, I am representing the management committee, so it's a privilege. So I just searched the Google or the internet for about something I had to say about Thribhuvan University or even Nepal. So I came across some interesting facts, maybe unknown to me, of course. I don't know how many of you have known that Lord Buddha was born in Lumbini Gardens, Nepal. And but his first sermon was delivered in India, Sarnath. So that's a connection between Nepal and India. Then I just went searching about Thribhuvan University. And it's quite encouraging to note that Nepal is still continuously offering assistance to pilgrimage of Indian pilgrimage to Kailas. So that's another connection between Nepal and India. Now coming to Thribhuvan University. It is the oldest university in Nepal, I think, started functioning from 1959. So Thribhuvan University, the oldest university in Nepal, is now joining with the oldest college affiliated to University of Kerala in conducting or in convening an international conference. So all these connections made interesting facts. So quite encouraging to note that serious academic exchanges are also taking place between Nepal and India. As there's a book called World is Flat by Nandan Nilekani. So it's a kind of world is flat, Nepal and India. Though far away distance wise, now they are collaborating with each other, maybe academic collaborations to begin with. I'm delighted to see that the two-day international conference focus on entrepreneurship, business, and the impact of COVID, a topic having great contemporary relevance. The great pandemic has altered the patterns of business, and I am sure that academic deliberations taking place here would widen the horizons of knowledge. And adding to that, the inauguration was done by a very befitting person, Kris Gopalakrishnan, the co-founder of Infosys. And being the co-founder and later CEO of Infosys, he knows very well that the challenges a beginner may face in building up a business and making it a success. All of the founders of Infosys have shown that sheer hard work, commitment, determination, honesty, commitment, all these put together would have paved the path for success. They have shown it. They are proof of. So in this situation of COVID, pandemic and COVID restrictions, all this will come into play or can be taken as a lesson for all the new entrepreneurs. So I would like to thank you, sir, for being with us today. And especially my own personal thanks for you. because as someone told me, I was instrumental in inviting him. But though I invited, because I know Shubhalal, he is an alumnus of SG College. He's a best friend of me, and Shubhalal is another best friend of Kris Gopalakrishnan. So that was how the connection occurred. Now, finally, I have to congratulate Dr. M. Krishnan, the for initiating this venture. He deserves, I think, special appreciation because you have proved yourself as an enterprising HOD. As Mr. Our President mentioned, this is his dream, and also the program of 23 national level conferences he has conducted. He has a great dream, and he works to fulfill it also. So that goes a long way, and many of us can follow that also. How determination will help you to complete or fulfill your dreams. So I once again thank this function, this international conference, a success, and thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Govinda Tamang, Acting Director, School of Management, Thribhuvan University, Nepal.
Thank you. Namaste.
Sir will be there with us in Google Meet. I request all the dignitaries to be seated in front of the dais.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Respected President of the meeting, Chief Guest, resource persons, principals, faculty members, participants from all over the world. In fact, this is the greatest day for me, as my friend Dr. Krishnan has mentioned about our journey started in the year 2007. Actually, we learned so many things, basically in the field of management. And I know we have today technical session, our Guru, Niharika Bora ma'am also with us. And ma'am, we still remember the way that you teach us organization behavior. I know we used to weep in the class the way that you just, taught us how professor has to transform knowledge to the students, right? Well, at first, I'd like to inform you all that our respected Dean, Professor Dr. Diliraj Sharma, Dean Faculty of Management, Thribhuvan University, has sent best wishes to all of us for the successful accomplishment of two-day international conference. He has not been able to join this gathering due to sudden urgent meeting at the office. Well, so he has promised he will be joining tomorrow in ballot registrations. Well, I'm very thankful to listen to from our dignitaries about Nepal, like very close neighboring country, and just now our I think principal and management committee sir has said that Buddha was born in Nepal and got enlightened in India. So that kind of relationship that we do have, and of course, most of you, I know very well when I was in India in the year 2005 for the first time in Mumbai, some of the friends used to ask me that we did not require any kind of, visa to come over here in Nepal. Yes, that is the exchange, that kind of cultural, exchange we do have, that kind of bond we do have. So let me tell you something about the School of Management, Thribhuvan University. Already MC has talked much about Thribhuvan University and School of Management. The School of Management, Thribhuvan University is a premier business school in Nepal. This is autonomous institutions of Thribhuvan University. It was established in the way back 12 years back only. However, it has got much impact in the field of MBA education. The School of Management offers MBA programs, namely MBA General, MBA IT, MBA General, that is in collaborations with Handong Global University, South Korea. As well as we'll be starting very soon MBA Finance and Control from this 2022 fall session. Well, as we got idea about collaborating between SD College and School of Management TU, why we have been so much, excited, because so TU believes in building ecosystem. And ecosystem building is possible by collaborating all stakeholders, including government, non-government institution, public institution, private institution, and of course, local communities. Our Honorable Gopalakrishnan sir has talked much about how to connect with local community. So we also believe in connecting with local communities in order to produce skilled manpower needed for country, not only for the national level, but for international level, by bridging the gap between industry and academia. So I'm very thankful to listening to Gopalakrishnan sir, because when I was in the year 2007, way back in Ahmedabad, actually we used to talk, sir, much about you, because I thought, I think Krishnan would know that we were extremely waiting for Gopalakrishnan sir's lectures, and today, because of all these digital innovations and all, so 15 years back, it was really, I'm very privileged to listen to you, sir. And talking about collaborations, we are very much proud to collaborate with Sanatana Dharma College, India, to organize this two-day international conference. And the theme is very important, very pertinent theme in today's world: entrepreneurship, business, and impact of COVID-19. And Gopalakrishnan sir has already talked about, he has shared about 40 years experience, how digital economy has impacted every life of Indians. Especially he has mentioned about 80% of what money transfer being digital economy and all. And sir, this is the same situation in Nepal as well. So I hope now COVID-19 has not only created a problem, but the opportunity for all business people, all society members, including every academia, students and industry people and all members of this community. We are very much eager to listen to resource persons today and tomorrow, and paper presentations from both countries, Nepal and India. We believe that the deliberations will pave way for further collaboration in academia and business sector between two very close neighboring countries, India and Nepal. Well, we are planning for further collaborations with Sanatana Dharma College to work together towards the internationalizations of higher education. We will develop programs collaboratively in exchanging faculty members, students, joint research projects, workshops and seminars like this. Lastly, I would like to wish all the best for every one of us for the grand success of this collaboration of this conference. And this is the beginning, and we'll have many more to come collaboratively. And special thanks to everyone right here. And I'm very, on behalf of the School of Management TU, we extend our sincere thanks to SD College, Management Committee President and all for believing in us for this collaboration. Thank you everyone. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. I request all the dignitaries to be seated in the stage. Thank you. Now it's time to show our love and gratitude to our chief guest. I request host team present our venerated chief guest with a memento as an expression for our gratitude and valuable bond we have forged with him. I request Sri Kris Gopalakrishnan to accept our token of gratitude. I welcome Dr. M. Radhakrishnan, Head of Commerce Department, honor our chief guest with Pannada. Now I request R. Krishnan, FCA President, Sanatana Dhamma Vidyashala, to honor the guest with a memento. We are happy to inform that the memento presented is designed by Ecotech student startup by Center for Aquatic Research, Sanatana Dhamma, Alapura. Now I request Sri S. Ramanand, member of SDV Management Committee, to honor our guest with a book, Making of Sanatana Dhamma Vidyashala, the book which depicts the making of Sanatana Dhamma Vidyashala.
To conclude our formal function, it's time to extend the words of thanks to the guest of honor and the august audience. I request International Conference Convener Dr. Prashant Pai to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected all, close on the heels of one of the most coveted events of the Department of Commerce. I am spellbound for being the convener and for rendering words of gratitude to all the dignitaries and the participants alike. This international conference is, as was mentioned earlier, is singular and so distinctive in all respects. Besides that, we as a team are following the green protocol, or what do you say, the eco protocol. For this conference, we comply to the exact and real meaning of what an international conference should be, what it should be in its genre. What we normally see for international conferences are that either the resource persons or the participants would be from a foreign university. But we have, in all the literal sense, a collaboration with a foreign university and resource persons and participants from across the globe. And when we were informed by Prof. Sri Ramanand sir that Kris Gopalakrishnan sir would join us, it really did add to our proclivity to work for this conference. And we consider this really as a blessing. So, for coming here and for being a part of this, I generally thank all the participants here. Specifically, I would like to thank our president of the session, Sri R. Krishnan sir, who is the president of SDV. I thank you, sir, on behalf of both the institutions and everyone present here. Then I thank the, what can I say? Just like how how a topping would do to a delicious ice cream. I would call. I cannot express it in my words. So on behalf of all the participants here and both the institutions and everyone else, I render my deep thanks to you, sir, Kris Gopalakrishnan, sir. Then Dr. Govinda Tamang, the acting director, School of Management, Thribhuvan University. Sri S. Raman, sir, the person behind the bringing of Kris Gopalakrishnan, sir. Then our captain of Commerce Department and the person behind the scenario that you are all enjoying now, Dr. Krishnan M. Then to all of you, on a single note, I thank you on behalf of everyone here. Then last but not the least, we have the former luminaries of the Department of Commerce, the teachers of various departments of the college and outside the college, then the researchers, students from both the institutions here as well as in Nepal, then all, even the technicians and all those who have made this program into a reality. To all in the same tone and tenor, I thank you all in one go. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
By this, we have come to the end of our formal session. We will be having our first technical session, Entrepreneurial Innovation on Time. Thank you.
Before starting,
Excuse me, sir. Sir, can you hear us? Sir, can you hear us? Sir, I think it's in the mute.
Yeah, now
Okay.
it is okay.
Okay, sir.
My microphone was mute.
Okay. Can we start, sir?
For sure.
Okay. So, esteemed speaker, Professor Mathew J. Manimala and our audience, let's progress to our first technical session titled Entrepreneurial Innovation in our two-day international conference, Entrepreneurship, Business and Impact of COVID. The business impact of COVID-19 is far-reaching and deeply felt in the industry. The challenge of organizations is to enter the current storm while charting a course for the future. The world has changed forever. Organizations that embrace this new reality and reimagine how to operate in it will outperform and outlast the competition. Hence, entrepreneurial innovation is inevitable. We regret for the technical difficulties.
Sure.
Okay. We will get new insights from our technical section, Entrepreneurial Innovation Beyond Computer by Professor Mathew J. Manimala. Professor Mathew, sir, is an MBA from Kuzat and a fellow from IIM Ahmedabad. He retired in 2018 after serving a term of director from Xavier Institute of Management and Entrepreneurship, Bangalore. Prior to that, during 2001 to 2015, he worked as professor at Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, where he also served as the Jamuna Raghavan Chair Professor of Entrepreneurship and the chairman of N.S. Raghavan Chair of Entrepreneurship Learning, NSRCEL, and as well as the chairman of OBHRM. His earlier academic positions were as senior faculty and chairman of HR area at Administrative Staff College of India, ASCI Hyderabad, and also he has served as lecturer in Kuzat, Cochin. He has received several academic honors and awards, which includes Certificate of Distinction for Outstanding Research in the Field of New Enterprise Development, Kaiser Award from the Academy of Management, USA. He is the first recipient of Heiser Award from India. He has been awarded the fellowship by the prestigious international agencies such as European Foundation of Management Development and Shastri Indo-Canadian. He was honored as CMO Asia with the Best Professor of Human Resource Management Award in the second Asia's Best B School Award function held at Singapore. And similar awards was conferred to him by ET Mumbai in association with B School Affair and World Education Congress. He is also the recipient of Lifetime Achievement Award of National Federation of Entrepreneurship Development. Teaching, training, and consultancy interest of the Professor Manimala covered a wide range of topics in organization behavior, human resource management, and entrepreneurship. Professor has done extensive research in the area of entrepreneurship. His works on entrepreneurship heuristics is acclaimed by the community of researchers, including the Academy of Management, as a pioneering work in the field wherein he is also perfected and used the novel method of case survey method. He has published, presented more than 100 research papers and case studies in most of the international journals and authored 11 books in the area of entrepreneurship and organization behavior. He is the editor of South Asian Journal of Management, published by AMDISA. I'm sure that many among you will be using his research papers and books for their reference. I'm very happy to share that I'm one of the researcher who is mostly using his research works in my research papers. And I'm very delighted to have been his disciple in IIM Kozhikode. It's my real honor to welcome esteemed speaker, Professor J. Manimala, to this session. Sir, on behalf of Sanatana Dharma College and School of Management Studies, Thribhuvan University, I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. We are truly delighted to welcome you here today. Also, we are so excited to hear from you. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Before I start, could I share my PowerPoint slides? I'm trying.
Should we do it from here, sir?
Then the problem will be that for changing and all that,
course.
I may have to ask you every time.
Yeah.
Here, when it comes, they say enter a window, something. Oh, okay, I got it.
Okay.
Is this visible now, I suppose?
Yes. Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Oh, that became.
So I think you have to start. You have to go to
Yeah, yeah.
slideshow.
Yeah, but I did that and it is not coming through.
Okay.
It is covering the entire. Are you able to see it?
Yes, we are able to see, but it is not in the slideshow mode now.
Oh, how do I get into slideshow mode?
So in the top bar, there is
There is no bar here.
sixth item is slideshow, sir. Just
Oh.
after home.
I think I will have to go go back to this. But there is no, this thing covers the entire screen. I can't see any bar at all.
Okay, okay.
That is the problem.
So can you minimize it?
Even that option is not available.
Okay.
Uh,
So F5.
F5.
5. F5.
Okay. Control F5 or just F5?
F5, sir. F5.
But even then it is not going. Oh, this is a big problem now.
So can you attempt like this? You can take.
I'll do end show
Okay.
and then maybe it will come now. I don't know.
Yeah.
No,
This is also.
it has not come.
Yeah.
No, the slides have come, but the problem is the bar, all those what you call instructions about the screen. Slideshow. Okay, I saw it.
Yeah.
Uh,
From beginning.
So do you want us to present the slides? So do you want us to present the
now,
slides?
I think it is okay now. Only thing
Yes, sir.
is
From
that
beginning. Sir.
nobody is seen. That is the only problem.
So from beginning, it is in the next row, sir. Next row, first item.
No, that.
Yes, sir. Yes, no, not that.
This one, no? The slideshow.
Yes, slideshow. Move down, sir.
Move down or
Yeah.
on this.
Move towards
Okay.
from beginning, first item.
From beginning.
So you have, sir,
Ah.
this is
First
Dr.
item.
Krishnan. So since you have shared your screen, then it is not possible for you to see the participants. That is only.
Earlier, the screen would go to a side and then the participants will come on the other side. That was the way it was being done earlier.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But now.
So actually we can view the PPT. The only problem is that it is not in the PowerPoint mode, but we can view it.
Yeah, you can view. I can also, but I have no idea of who is sitting where and all that. You know, so custom slideshow, is that okay?
So we have around 45 participants.
I know. I saw the list. I don't know number. You know, when I what you call access the link, set up slideshow.
It's the first item. First item in the second.
First item is
Yes,
from the
exactly,
beginning.
that one, sir. That one.
But then the problem is that covers the entire screen and there are no instructions.
Okay then. So we will move with this, sir. This is enough.
This is enough? Okay.
This is enough, sir.
Anyway, so, but there used to be some other mode in the other one, at least some people can be seen. You can also see me. That is what I'm looking
So
for.
now it is clear, sir. We can see you as well as we will
Oh,
get
you
the
can
PPT also.
see me,
Yeah.
but I'm not seen on my screen. Anyway, that doesn't matter then. Okay, so we will start then. I'm happy that SD College is doing this conference at a very appropriate time when people have just gone through the COVID, pandemic. Now, of course, I think that issue has subsided, but periodically such issues might definitely come in. And therefore, as Priya has pointed out in the introduction, that innovation will be a perennial issue. And that is probably why, the most important characteristic of an entrepreneur was mentioned or identified as Innovation by the great economist Schumpeter. Now, while we are all here in order to learn from the experiences of entrepreneurship researchers and also maybe some practicing entrepreneurs, to my mind, all academic programs about all these issues are useful. But at the same time, I have not, in my research, I have not found any correlation between education and entrepreneurship. In fact, in one of my studies, I found a curvilinear relationship. That is, if you are not at all educated at the lower end, a curvilinear inverted U shape. So if you are not at all educated, maybe you will not know about the possibilities and all that, and therefore you may end up as wage earners. If you are very highly educated, like professional education and PhDs and all that, then you may get into high-paid professions, and therefore you may not be available for entrepreneurship. So it is the moderately educated group that becomes entrepreneur. And this education need not be in terms of professional qualifications. It can be through experience also. That is exposure to various situations. Even if you are a matriculate like, let's say, Dhirubhai Ambani, his exposure to various business situations were quite high, and he was a master in that. So that exposure definitely helps. So when I say moderately educated means, it doesn't mean that you have to have the academic kind of an education. Now, so it is not the knowledge that makes you, an entrepreneur. It is the innovative way in which you make use of the knowledge. I had a very interesting experience when I was in Canada. That was the time when my first book was published. I was there on a faculty exchange program. So when the first book was published, it was on entrepreneurial heuristics. I'm glad that my former colleague Purnima is having, conducting a session on entrepreneurial heuristics later today. That was a very different concept I introduced in entrepreneurship research. I was the first one to do research on entrepreneurial heuristics. In fact, I was the person who coined that word. Of course, the word heuristic was available. Entrepreneurial was also available. But in order to denote the unarticulated policy orientations of entrepreneurs, I used this word entrepreneurial heuristics, and the first paper was published in Journal of Business Venturing. And this is the one which Priya mentioned about the only Indian to have received the Heiser Award. That came for Academy of Management's Heiser Award was for this. Anyway, the first book was based on this particular theme, and it was published by Sage, and Sage is basically a North American company. So they were in touch with me when I was abroad. So that was the time the publication happened. So they sent the complimentary copies to Canada. And when the big packet came, the Canadian colleagues were surprised. Such a big packet coming. Normally, in those days, we only get a letter, periodically once a month or something like that. So they were surprised. They said, "What is this?" And I said, "It is my book." So I was having a youngish look at that time. So they were a little surprised. They said, "Oh, you published a book?" Then I said, "I did." Then, of course, they asked me, who is the publisher? I said, Sage. So Sage was considered to be the most respectable publisher in those days in social sciences. particularly research-based publications. So they were quite impressed. So one of them said, can I borrow a copy and I'll read and return. So after reading, he came back after a week or two. He came back, and then I thought, since I introduced this new concept called entrepreneurial heuristics, I thought he might ask me something about that. But none of this was his question. All that he said was, Mathew, you seem to know quite a lot about entrepreneurship. Why haven't you become an entrepreneur? So that is a very difficult question, isn't it? But we academics have got this ability to find explanations for many things, and that is how we survive in the classrooms. So I realized that I was sitting in Calgary, and Calgary is a place which was known to have been inhabited by dinosaurs in prehistoric era. And they had discovered dinosaur fossils there, and they have exhibitions there. They have libraries on dinosaurs. And the world over, researchers on dinosaurs used to come there. So I just told them in a lighter vein that there are so many people doing research on dinosaurs, but none of them have become dinosaurs. So indirectly, I was hinting at that your research orientation does not make you an entrepreneur. You may do research on several kind of activities, but you may not have competent. I may study the, let's say, behavioral of musicians, even though I may not have the ability to sing. Similarly, if I am doing, let's say, research on women entrepreneurs, which is fashionable nowadays, it doesn't mean that I have to become a woman. So the research competencies are different from the implementation competencies which are important for entrepreneurs. And one of the most important part, as we have been mentioning, is innovation, because periodically there will be problems. So because the world is changing. So when the world is changing, you cannot afford to be standing still. You will have to run with the changes, otherwise you will be pushed behind. So that is why there will be, of course, the crisis situations like COVID may be rare, but individually for a particular enterprise also there may be crisis situations caused by the entry of competitors or the changes in the rules of the government, and there are many kind of changes that can happen or the outbreak of a war. Many things are there. So it is these crisis situations or special difficult situations that make innovation mandatory. So without innovation, you cannot survive and progress. And that is why, I have a definition of an entrepreneur based on my experience with many entrepreneurs, how they dealt with these situations. I used to define entrepreneurship as the ability to convert constraints into opportunities. Now that is, normally not understood unless people, go through these kinds of crisis situations. For example, take the COVID situation. In the COVID situation, almost all businesses had difficulties. But I know a medical doctor here who had a small-time business in a place called Jigini in the outskirts of Bangalore. He was a medical doctor, but he was also running a small medical-based business. He immediately seized the opportunity. He realized that there's a lot of demand for these products like gloves and masks and those kinds of all these protective kind of and he started immediately shifted to the manufacture of that, and he started exporting them. So you see, COVID gave him a great opportunity because he was having this innovative thinking capability. Whereas those who are not innovative in thinking, then you may not get this opportunity. So that is why the constraints should be there in order to make you think differently, but those constraints should be converted into opportunities. I can give you another example also. This is not from a medical line. This person was an event manager. Now, there was a total ban of physical events in those days. And that is why nowadays, I am also sitting away from the participants and talking on a computer. This became popular because of the COVID crisis. Otherwise, I would have been with you and interacted with you more closely anyway. That is probably more effective. But still, this constraint created a new kind of a system. Now, with respect to this entrepreneur who was an event management, he had to close down his business. There was absolutely no events being conducted. Government came out very strongly with all these kinds of activities. So he too immediately had a new idea. Whereas all other event managers said that we have no business, we are in trouble, all kinds of complaints. The innovative entrepreneur came out with an idea. He thought there were a few essential services for which the employees need their gloves and the masks and the gowns, sanitizers. Many things are required, and that too on a day-to-day basis, because the gloves used once should not be used again. So all that, or mask also every day in those days you had to change. So these were in demand. So there are big organizations which were in the essential services which required these kinds of things. Their employees had to come. Those are physical services, and therefore he created something called a safety kit. This kit is something like an executive briefcase. He called it, he also gave it a name. He called it We Care. And then this inside that, you have all these kind of materials. And then later on, of course, these employees can come with this to the office. And then when after you using, they would replenish this. So this he presented to large companies and gave the idea that this can be given as a complimentary kit, just like some governments do. When people are in difficulties, you give kits of groceries or those kinds of things to help them. The same way, he told these large organizations that you can give them this complimentary kits. And he got orders in large numbers, and he had absolutely no problem. He had plenty of business. Only thing is that he couldn't cope with it immediately, but he managed. Now this is one thing he did, but in spite of that, he did not want to completely get out of his old business. And because he identified this new opportunity for making money, he did not have to retrench his employees or lay off his employees. So they were all happy, and he paid them full salary. This is something very unusual. Most people would lay off and maybe make part payment or absolutely no payment or retrench them. All kinds of actions were done. But here again, he was innovative. He thought by giving this, by continuing them on employment, even though they were to work from home, he was actually getting very, very strong loyalty from them. And then he started collectively discussing with them, what is it that we can do with the event management itself? Therefore, they generated ideas. Of course, he also was very prolific in contributing to new ideas. So they finally came out with the idea of virtual conferences. Virtual conferences, not in this kind of a mode. That was one part of it. Initially, they developed it that fashion. But he went further. And he went further for creating a virtual conference room. For example, if this is a conference like this, every one of you would be seen as sitting here, and I'll be presenting from a stage. That stage also will be created. This system is called holoportation. And he used that the physical presence of everyone is possible, made possible. And he conducted events for big organizations in this fashion. Now, the surprising thing was that for developing this system, he did not recruit any additional computer technologists, software technologists. His employees were so motivated that they used the resources available, like Moodle courses and, Google, so many things are available on the net. They picked up the knowledge of creating this system from these external sources, and they themselves created it. So this is a great success story in an industry which was considered to be an absolute failure in the face of COVID pandemic. So that is why I say that constraints will always be there, but the person who is able to think differently and innovatively, and then identify new opportunities within the constraints or because of the constraints. So that is the kind of entrepreneur who would be successful. Now, all these entrepreneurships, significance of economy and all that, people generally talk about, so I don't need to mention much about it. So we can skip, particularly because we are short of time. Generally, the characteristics of entrepreneurs, when people talk about entrepreneurship, they talk about all these issues that I have listed here. Maybe I can make it bigger by in the show mode. In any case, now is it possible for you to see me? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see
You can see, all right. So only I have got this slide in the show mode. Even in the other one, I was not able to see anyone, not even your conference room. That room also was not visible anyway. So I made it bigger because the lettering was slightly small. So you can see the various ways entrepreneurs were characterized. All of them will have some meaning or the other. For example, an investor. But there can be investors who hardly get involved in the management of the business, and therefore they are not the strict. Strictly they cannot be called the entrepreneur. Similarly, the owner manager. You may own a company, but you may be a sleeping partner. Then there are various ways in which, for example, the oldest trait that was attributed to, oldest means in terms of researchers identifying that, was that entrepreneur is a risk taker. But in my research, what I found was that entrepreneurs are not really risk takers like the gamblers. Gamblers love playing with risk. And that is why they engage in certain activities which may be meaningless to others, like playing casino, all kinds of things. So they are risk lovers or risk takers. Entrepreneurs are really not risk takers. They love their project, and therefore, in order to manage the project, they may have to take some risk, but they are essentially risk minimizers or risk managers or often risk avoiders. So that is why this attribute, even though it is considered to be a very stable attribute of entrepreneurs according to traditional researchers, it may not be all that, and there is also an issue about the risk perception. That is, what I perceive as risk may not be perceived as risk by somebody else. It depends on that person's context. Now, I'll give you a simple example. Suppose somebody, as most of us who are training entrepreneurs, we would say that, okay, you after a course, you should immediately become entrepreneurs and all that. If you do that, they may have spent all their money in, let's say, in their studies, may have taken loans and all that. For them, even investing in 1 lakh rupee will be a difficult thing. Whereas, suppose you work for some time and then make money, you save about 1 crore of rupees, and even investing 10 lakhs out of that will not be perceived as risky because you have so much of money with you. So risk perception, it differs for people. It is not the amount or the activity that matters. It is the particular context in which the person operates. Similarly, if you take an ordinary example of driving a car onto our roads, I periodically hear about road accidents and people getting killed and all that. 1 year I took some statistic about Bangalore city, and more than 1,000 deaths in the inner city alone in traffic accidents. I also looked at the accidents in circus tents. There were hardly any. That year, at least, no death was reported. So, if you use the objective criteria, driving on the Bangalore roads or any roads in India would be more risky than performing in a circus. But when I watch the circus performance and look at the people doing the trapeze and those kinds of activities, I may feel that it is very risky. Even if, let's suppose they offer me, you do it and we will pay you, I may not take it up because I feel it is risky because my lack of experience, training and all that. And that is why when we, there is in psychological theory, there is this attribution theory, wherein somebody, an actor, will be an external person seeing an actor and an actor seeing himself. There is a difference. And therefore, what we perceive as risky may not be all that risky for that person. Anyway, so there are many, many such issues. I was just mentioning only one or two. But the other issues mentioned here, I'm not getting into all that because of our shortage of time. Each of these will have its own kind of limitations as a concept in supporting entrepreneurship. You have seen achievement motivation as at one time that was the ruling concept in management. They were measuring achievement motivation using something called ring toss exercise. It was done in our MBA program also long ago. And the theory is that if you are achievement oriented, you are asked to choose the distance. You are given 10 rings and a pole is there at the other end. So, the theory is that if you go too far, you are not a realistic achiever. If you go too near, you take it very easy. So you would choose a moderate distance and then try to maximize. So that depending on the number of rings, you throw around the pole, you are considered to be an achievement-oriented person, depending on, suppose you got 8 out of 10. Oh, you are highly achievement-oriented, something like that. Now, when this exercise was done in our batch, most people conformed to the theory, but they never became an entrepreneur or entrepreneurs. One person who went very close to this and put all the 10 rings on that, he later on became an entrepreneur. Now, at the time when he did that, they felt that he is not conforming to the achievement orientation mode, and he was severely criticized. His argument was this: if I am to choose the distance, why should I waste my time and energy by choosing a distant position when I can go and near the pole and put everything there? And this is a serious limitation of the concept of achievement motivation as we defined. And not all achievers are entrepreneurial achievers. There can be achievers in many other fields. And that is why in each of this, I was just giving you some examples. But all other concepts have got some limitation or the other, as an independent need for independence or need for power. Politicians will have more power than these people, or government officials will have more power, isn't it? Or similarly, saying that he is an organizational misfit, he cannot work with an organization, and that is why he comes out. Of course, but then he has to create his own organization in order to manage his venture. Of course, then he is in a different position. He may be at the top, but in spite of that, the limitations of organized activity will be a problem for him also if he is really an organizational misfit. Then displaced persons. That is true. When they come from another country as a refugee or something like that, they may, because they will not be given any job, they have to do something on their own, and therefore, but these are all small businesses. They are not typically entrepreneurship. Some may become great entrepreneurs also. I'm not saying that it is not a factor. Similarly, deprived persons, people who are psychologically deprived. For example, McClellan himself once said that the best recipe for creating an entrepreneurial person is to have a male child with a negligent father and a nurturant mother. So if the father is negligent, the early socialization, which is, in all cases, it is done by the mother because for biological reasons, the baby spends most of the time with the mother. So if the father is negligent and he doesn't take care of the family, the mother gives him a message. It is not open, maybe, but the message that goes to the baby is that, particularly a male child, whom the mother sees as a future protector and provider or something like that. So he would say, your father is useless, you are my only hope, but you can do it. And she nurtures his confidence and his capabilities and all that. And that is the best kind of an entrepreneurial person, according to McClellan. So there are many other, like internally directed person, like what I was saying earlier, non-conformist. And of course, the theme of our work, innovator. Now, innovator is, as I told you, all innovators need not be entrepreneurs, but an entrepreneur cannot be but an innovator. Otherwise, he will remain a small business owner. He may even close down his business when there is a crisis and all that. So in order to go through the changes that are happening around, in the environment, the person has to be innovative. So I'm skipping these other theoretical kind of issues. So innovation, so variously defined, perceived as a change in the product or process. That is the kind of definition given by Schumpeter, because he also not only product and process, but the general perception is that if you have a new product, then you are innovator. Or a new process, introduce a new process, then you are an innovator. Schumpeter expanded it to a few more areas, which we will see now. But my definition, we will come to this later. First, we will go to the definition by Joseph Schumpeter. It is to his credit that he identified innovation as the critical factor in entrepreneurship. That is fine. And he also said that what defined innovation, entrepreneurial innovation, he said that it is identifying a new product or creating a new product or creating a new process for an existing product, then identifying a new market for an existing product or a new product also. Then here in the market scenario, he didn't recognize the, a person employing a new marketing strategy in an existing market. That was not considered to be an innovation. When I was reading the stories of entrepreneurs as part of my research, I found there was a person who introduced, I forgot the brand name of the pen. He was a salesperson of a particular pen brand. And when he goes to people, they say all pens look the same. I want something different in order to, people have that attitude that having a different pen in their pockets, that will show them better or something like that. So he felt that he should. There is a demand for designer pens. That is something which have got a different shape than the ordinary kind of or most common pens. So then, he resigned his job and started, designed a pen. And then just like everybody else was doing, it used to be packed in paper packets, 12, a dozen is the number. And then they put it up in some shops in Bombay. Now, after a week or so, he went back and asked, because the brand name is different, went back and asked them. He said, nobody, the shopkeeper said, not a single pen was sold. Now, he was very disappointed. He took back all those, but he created a altogether different kind of a package. Because what he realized that packets, paper packets were concealing the designs that he had created. And therefore, he created a plastic kind of a cup-like thing, which can be placed on your table. The top portion, there is a kind of roundish lid. When you remove that, this can also be used as a pen stand or something like that. He packed his pens in that and then went back and gave it to these shops. And, he came back after a week. They said within 2 or 3 days, everything was sold. So this is an innovation in the marketing strategy. The market was the same. The product was also the same for him. But he introduced a different marketing strategy, and I felt that this is also a great innovation. And subsequently, people used to buy this one because of that pen stand. That was also very attractive. So this is where I realized that there were some limitations in the Schumpeterian framework. He said that if you identify a new supply source, you're not getting your raw material from here, you found out something else or a cheaper one, that is considered to be innovation. Similarly, and lastly, he says this is, creating a new industry organization. Now, when he mentions industry organization, it doesn't mean that, he is organizing an industry. It is only with reference to what we call the love-hate relationship between competitors. Although you compete, you also collaborate with your competitors. For example, if you come to Bangalore for, most people come here, I think, for buying granite. The entire granite shops are concentrated on one place. Similarly, if you see the Tirupur industry, the knitwear industry, everything is concentrated there. Earlier in Bangalore, we had a concentration of garment industry before IT came in. Now also those garment industries are there. In fact, this is the second largest cluster after Ludhiana or someplace for garments, I think. But because of the dominance of IT, people don't take note of that. Anyway, so what happens when you in a cluster? If they are competing, why do they want to be, near to each other? They should like to be away from. But they also get a lot of services. For example, a customer coming to one shop, he finds that something is not available there. He goes to the next shop. So for the customer, it is a convenience. Sometimes you procure it from your competitor and give it. So all these kinds of collaborations are happening. So this is what he called the new industry organization. So there are only 5 areas: identifying a new product, a new process, a new market, new supply source, and new industry organization. That is the relationship among competitors. Now, this one, as I told you, I found a limitation in not recognizing the marketing strategies rather than, only the identifying a new market. So I looked at a few other cases also. There are so many cases. And one of them, just for an example, I can give you. This is from the old British time in Karnataka. There is a remote village in Karnataka. So there was a physician who found that he was operating in a village and therefore not enough number of patients are coming to him. So he started a textile business for which he used to get materials from the weavers. So this, periodically these weavers will not be able to supply. They say they don't have enough working capital for getting the raw material and all that. So this is how the trade also get interrupted. So this was a problem. Now, when we think about this, we normally think that the trader can give them some loan, or the trader can. You see, in that place there are no banks. The private money lenders are very expensive. So what we might suggest or we might think is that the trader can get a loan from the bank in the nearby town and do all this. But entrepreneurs are not really charitable organizations. They are, if at all possible, they would try to use. In fact, that is another of my definitions. They'll try to use the others' brains and others' resources. They would pick ideas from others. They will also make use of the resources of others. Now, it was very interesting how this particular physician dealt with the situation. He did not, support them with a loan, personal loans, or getting a loan from the bank and guaranteeing that. None of this he did. All that he did was he started a scheme for them. It was called the Pygmy Deposit Scheme. In the Pygmy Deposit Scheme, he called it Pygmy deliberately. He said that you cannot contribute more than, in those days, the British rupee was the currency. It was divided into 16 annas. So he said you can contribute either 1 anna or 2 annas, not more than that. You may feel that you can do more now, but you may not. So what is important is the regularity. And he used to send a boy with a tin where there is a slot wherein they can put in this anna. So this was the scheme. And the total duration of the scheme was 7 years. Out of that, for 3 years, these people who deposit, they cannot withdraw any money. So after 3 years, between third year and the 7th year, they can withdraw this from their own deposits for their working capital. So in the longer run, he found a solution for the shortage of working capital. And he said that for the money that is with him, he would give them 3% interest. And for the money that they borrow, he would charge 3.5%. He was not being unfair to them. So this was the scheme. And then, for about 3 years, this money, even though it is a small amount, it was coming and accumulating with him. And he thought of starting something with it. He started a dispensary. And when, in the dispensary in that village area, there was hardly anyone, for medical service and all that, nurses and those kinds of people were not available. And therefore, he thought he should also train them. Now, for that, he created another small venture, and that is called Academy for General Education. This Academy for General Education, we might think that, he would recruit matriculates or, people who are educated and all that. Now, this is again another innovation of his. He said, for joining this, you have to be a school dropout. And it was the school dropouts he trained as medical assistants. The reason was that if you train a qualified person, he would get some experience and then, migrate to Bombay and join some other better company and all that. So that is why he deliberately chose the school dropouts. Now you see a series of innovations. The first one, although was designed for helping the weavers, eventually it became a source for finance for him. And because he had that kind of money, he could easily start invest in his dispensary. Similarly, in the second one, so this can be a financial innovation. That is innovation for getting money. Then the second, creating an academy for general education, and then prescribing that it should be school dropouts joining this. That is an innovation of, people-related innovation. That is employee retention strategy. So you may be curious as to which is this organization. This is the story of the great entrepreneur of Manipal, Tonse Madhav Pai, TMA Pai. So the Pygmy deposit scheme that he started became Syndicate Bank later. The Academy for the dispensary that he started became Kasturba Medical College. And the Academy for General Education that he started became the Manipal Academy for Higher Education. It's a university now. So you see how very small startup based on very, very, what you call, in our kind of perception, very insignificant kind of innovations, they could take it forward. So initially, when you say that it will be only school dropouts, those policies will be changed later on when the enterprise grows. I'm not saying that the Manipal University now will reduce the standards of their admission and programs and all that. So initially, in order to start, you may have to do many of these kinds of innovations in order to get started and also to grow to some extent. Now, there are other examples also for the organization structure and all that, but then I think we don't have much time, so I'll just skip all that and go to what I have done in order to identify the most common type of innovations, just to check whether what other types of innovations are available beyond what was pointed out by or identified by Schumpeter. So this is a kind of examination of 138 great enterprises, during their startup. It was not their later innovations. During the startup, what are the kind of innovations that they did? This is based on published materials. Now you can see market or marketing. I combined those two. And market or marketing innovation, they are the largest. 84% of the sample had this. Then product innovation 74, process innovation 48. Then I had identified another type called R&D management innovation. This is because of a paradox. That is, most of the new products come. For example, they say Apple was introduced. Now it is a very prestigious product. But when it was introduced, it was operated from Steve Jobs resigned his job, and he did not have money to buy the components with which he has to, he wanted to assemble the Apple computer. So that initial investment money for that, he said, I have a van which I used to go to office, and he sold that. And that was actually, there were double benefits for that. When he sold the van, he got the money for investment. And another blessing was that the garage where the van was kept, that place was available now for him to start his business. So he didn't have to hire another building. So you see how, the meager way in which these kinds of new products, many of them are introduced by fresh entrepreneurs. But unlike large companies, these entrepreneurs don't have any R&D facilities. And they use various different ways in which, they manage. For example, I know one entrepreneur who used to contact the chemistry department, establish a relationship with some professor there in a university, and then get ideas, for refining his business in this one, that plastic material. So these kinds of similarly, there are certain large organizations, they find some interesting things, but they think that it is too trivial for them to work on that, and therefore they they would like others to collaborate with them. So some entrepreneurs do that. Similarly, government facilities are being used. So there are many innovations in carrying out the R&D function without an R&D management department. That was what is mentioned. That was also very critical for these new entrepreneurs. 43% having that. Then supply source innovation, 36%. Then personal innovation. This is what I said, in that other example. 31%. Finance innovation, 30%. And cultural innovation, 29%. That is changing the organization's culture. For example, in the case of that event management, the culture of the organization was reinforced by his retaining all the employees and paying them the full salaries. So that is a cultural innovation. Similarly, structural innovation. You introduce work from home, or instead of employees having that's a great example I have from the UK. One company called Freelance Programmers, where they used panelists, because there were several women who took a break in their career for the family reasons. and they are not re-employable because they thought technology was changing and all that. Anyway, so there was one great lady who organized all these people as panel members, and therefore she didn't have to pay them any salary. She would get projects, partition them, and give it to them. They would work on them in their residences, and then she compiles, give it to the mainframe computer. Because in those days, for developing software, you don't even need a computer also. It was only identifying the steps in the process, and after that, these steps are compiled and given to the mainframe computer, because mainframe computers were not very common, and individuals could not afford them. So using that kind of an opportunity, this lady created an organization of freelancers without absolutely no overheads. No building required because people who are working in their residences. No equipment required because it is all on paper and pencil. And no employees, permanent employees are there. So depending on when you get the work, you give it to them. This is done in the 1960s. So even though now, because of COVID, we talk about the innovation in flexible structure, working from home and all that. In those days when none of these technological facilities were available, still she created that kind of an organization. So that is the kind of innovativeness in, let's say, providing the new structure to the organization. And then the managing the relations with the government, like, commission agents or in participating in government programs and all that, and getting in the good books of the government, and then getting the benefit of their favor. So these are the kind of 10 innovations. Out of this, you will see that people who engage in government relations innovations, I have several examples of all this in the next slides, but I am not going through all that. But you can see that these innovations, like in the government relations and all that, is very low, only 21%. But surprisingly, I found a very strong relationship between this innovation and enterprise growth. So that is the growth-oriented organizations, ventures. They would have good relations, particularly with the regulators and support organizations and those kinds of things, and make use of them. Anyway, so when I got these 10, I looked at the intercorrelations among them. And of course, I'm not explaining all this, I'm skipping. And in case you have any questions or we have time, we can come back on this. Or each innovation is explained here, type of innovation. But at the end, I found that some of these, types of innovations are correlated very highly. And therefore, I did a factor analysis. And in the factor analysis, it came like this. You can see factor 1, product innovation, process innovation, the high loading on that. Process innovation, supply source, loading above 5, that is 0.5, that is what the norm normally adopted. So these are how it came into 4 factors. So in the first one, you have product innovation, process innovation, supply source innovation, and R&D management innovation. If you look carefully at all these are all related to the production or operations. So I called it the operations innovation. And now we go to factor 4 here. Here you see that the factor 4, there's only one variable, which is market or marketing innovation. So I called it the market or marketing innovation. There is no other. Then we come to factor 2. Factor 2 has got 3, which are all nearby each other: structural innovation, cultural innovation, and personal innovation. All these came together with very high loadings: 0.83, 0.783 of 2, and then 0.72. So this I called the organizational innovation. That is anything to do with empowering the organization, creating a new structure, culture, everything and that. And the last one is actually factor 3, even though it is listed as 3. To my mind, it is outside the organization, and therefore this is the last one. And it is a kind of surprising kind of a combination: government relations innovation and finance innovation combined. Fairly high loading, 0.75 and 77. So when I looked at, I had to go back to the finance innovations. Then I realized that in the initial stage, in entrepreneurs, most entrepreneurs' case, their innovation is in finance is actually about procuring the finance from outside. It is not about managing it within. Now that they do, that is okay, whatever is required, they do for that. But their innovations are mostly about getting money from outside. And therefore, I saw there is a similarity between these two, managing the government agencies and all that, and also managing the people who have the finance resources and getting it from outside. So I called it the boundary management innovations. And this is what is mentioned here: operations innovation, product, process, supply source, and R&D management, market or marketing related innovation, and organizational innovation, which implies such structure, culture, and personnel related. And boundary management innovation, here it is finance and government. Supposing there were, let's say, environmental activists and other kinds of issues and all these will come in that fourth one. Okay, did anyone say anything? I heard some voice. Okay, I'll close in 2 minutes. All that I say in the this concluding part, some of these things which are, confirming the existing theory. Confirming the existing theory is that there is a convergence of theory and practice that entrepreneurs do innovate. But the second thing is that innovations may be in any activity of the business. It need not be restricted to that product, process, market, and supply source and whatever industry organization which Schumpeter identified. There are many things more. And marketing or marketing relation innovations, those are the most critical one. The largest numbers are doing it because survival depends on that, and that is why that became the most common one. And organizational innovations, these are actually enabling organization innovations, because other innovations, once you have done it, then it doesn't stay with you. A new product once introduced becomes an old product. Whereas an organizational innovation develops the capability of the organization for dealing with certain situation, and therefore it takes care of many other issues. And the boundary management innovations would lead to faster growth. Now, in the limitation of the Schumpeterian concept was that, first of all, the positive part is that his view that all entrepreneurs are innovative. Everyone in the sample had at least 2 areas of innovation. So that is got confirmed. The most common types of innovations are again the ones he has identified: market or marketing, product, process, supply source, and those kinds of things. Of course, industry organization did not come up here. But there are certain advances beyond what was mentioned by Schumpeter, and that is, for example, the organizational innovation has been completely left out by him. What he said about industry organization is external to the venture, that you are dealing with the other industry players. So that is different from innovating within your organization, your structure, culture, and people. That was completely left out. Then the second aspect was left out was the innovations in marketing strategy in an existing market for an existing product. That is, completely left out. Then boundary management innovation was partially left out. He included the relationship between the competitors, but not with the other agencies like regulators and environmentalists and those kinds of people. So now, looking at the kind of factors that emerged, it neatly sums up the what you call the innovation activities of the entrepreneurs. That is, they have to produce something, they have to sell them, market them, and they have to organize for these activities, and they have to manage the external stakeholders. Therefore, that sums up the entire business activities, which means that entrepreneurial innovation means anything that, innovations of anything new that you identify which enhance your competitive advantage. It need not be restricted to certain areas. Okay, I'll close here because it is already 10 minutes past 1 o'clock. So I don't know whether there is time for questions. If there is time, I will spend a few minutes on that. Otherwise, we can close it. Thank you very much.
Participants, it's time for the interaction. We can spend around 5 minutes for interaction. Please raise your questions and discussions here.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, let me ask you one question regarding the way you have found out these conclusions, that especially the methodology or from where you collected the information, what was the data collection?
See, I see the problem with all entrepreneurship research is that nowadays in our kind of research system, people are, if I can minimize this one, I don't know how to close this sharing. That is not coming anyway. Okay, so your question is very relevant because this is normally most people go for a questionnaire survey. And the important issue is that you identify a suitable questionnaire which is published in some journal and therefore standardized and all that. Now, if you pick up a questionnaire from somebody else, you will look at only what they have investigated. Now, this is actually something which, in this work I have done long ago at IIM Ahmedabad. I was, as part of my doctoral work, of course, entrepreneurial heuristics was the other part of the work. Anyway, so when I told there was, we have a committee system. Committee was, doctoral advisory committee is there. So one of them was an economist. We are always, research scholars and professors are friendly with each other. Absolutely no problem. So when I said that, I found something beyond Schumpeter's scheme. That professor advised me, it is better to stick to Schumpeter's scheme. If you say that you are following Schumpeter's framework, then nobody will ask you any questions about, against that. Whereas if you create your own framework, then a lot of questions will come and you will have to justify that. This is what most, doctoral students are advised. Of course, in a lighter vein, I told my professor, we were in very friendly terms. I said, sir, I'm not going to defend Schumpeter's thesis. I'm going to defend my thesis. So whatever you find, in fact, my theory or my advice to doctoral students is that you should pick up your problem, unlike what is normally told them that you pick it up from, you survey the literature and then pick it up from the literature. If you, and maybe you will modify a little bit there and here and there. There is no revolutionary finding possible there. So my advice is that you should pick up your problem from your encounter with the phenomenon. And once you get that, problem, you should design the right kind of, you should identify the right kind of methodology in order to, investigate that. What nowadays happens is when people are, doctoral students are trained for doing research, now it is becoming a kind of ritual. Because you are in a profession, you need to do your PhD. It is not because you are curious about something, and so you are first of all looking for a kind of a topic, and then in order to be justified in front of the examiners, you pick up a standardized questionnaire somewhere and then investigate the same thing that they have done and come out with almost nothing. The processing, statistical processing and all that may be very rigorous. The numbers may be very large. All that is there. So when I wanted to work on what I call the unarticulated policy orientation, that's what I call the managerial heuristics of entrepreneurs. So when I wanted to do this, I thought first of all, there wasn't enough material understanding of this phenomenon. What are these unarticulated policies? When an organization is ongoing, then slowly all the policies will get stated and enforced and all that. When an entrepreneur is starting, much of the policy is at the back of his mind. And he may not be able to articulate it sometimes, but his actions would be guided by that. I very clearly remember one instance where I interviewed an entrepreneur. He was a person who had set up his units in 3 different states, because some states had a trade union problem, some states had a power problem or something like that. So he had 3 units. So I thought he was actually spreading his risk. So in order to elicit the unarticulated policy, I used a proverb saying that, don't put all your eggs in one basket. So I told him, maybe you are following this kind of policy. Then he thought for a while and then smiled at me and said, no, that is what the merchants would do. But I do what the hen does. If a hen puts all her eggs in different baskets, none of them will hatch. She won't be able to concentrate energy on any of them, and all of them would go waste. Whereas if she puts all her eggs in one basket and concentrate her energy on that, everything will hatch. This is what he told me. So at the back of, even though for growth reasons or environmental compulsions, he had set up the units in different states, at the back of his mind, still that hen's ideology was prevailing. So this is where, first of all, I thought a questionnaire survey may not, first of all, I don't know which are the policies. That is one. Secondly, if I go with a questionnaire, suppose I could prepare a questionnaire and go with a questionnaire. In those days, the ruling great entrepreneurs were Dhirubhai Ambani, Narayana Murthy, Asim Premji, Sunil Mittal, and all those people. Will I ever get a questionnaire completed by these people? It is impossible. And therefore, what will researchers do? They go to an industrial estate, catch hold of whoever is available or whoever is willing, and then say that, oh, I have collected data from 1,000 entrepreneurs, maybe from different, industrial estates. But these are mediocre entrepreneurs. You don't get what is on the minds of the great entrepreneurs. And that is why I thought I will not be using a questionnaire. And I then designed something called a case survey method. Case survey method is, and here I have picked up cases from reliable sources, published sources, without disguising. If you don't disguise, then the person's or the company's name is known. If you say something wrong, then they may question it. So non-disguised cases of the early days of the startup of that great company, not the later ones. And then looked at these and tried to identify the policy orientations, the implied policy orientations from their actions. So then I created a list like that. And then I gave these same, and in order to see in all narratives, it may not be all very clear. So I created only a 3-point scale. That is the policy present there? Then I give 3. It is somewhere stated, but it is not very clear. It is ambiguous. Then give 2. If it is absent, give 1. So a scale, so to say, so-called scale, it is not, may not be very scientific. Absent means 1. Ambiguous means 2. Present means, because we don't have the data to judge the degree of enforcement of a particular policy. So this 3-point scale, if you normally in a university setup, if you go with this, they will throw out your thesis, isn't it? So here in IIM, there is a lot of flexibility, and therefore my professor told me, the chairperson told me, you go ahead, this is a fantastic kind of, in fact, it was he who felt so confident about my work, advised me to send it to Academy of Management for this Heiser Award. And I got it, and after that also nobody got it, I think. I saw the list recently somewhere. Anyway, so what I'm saying is, you need to design the methodology which is most appropriate for it. And this is a quasi-interval scale, so I could do statistical processing also, whatever I wanted to do, because there is an interval in the being from absence to ambiguity and presence. There is a grading. So this is how I created this methodology. Now, as you may see that some of the great works, like for example, if you are from the organizational behavior background, you have this Herzberg's two-factor theory. Two-factor theory, going by our standards of statistical processing, SEM and this one, that one, there is nothing like that. All that he did was, he did a kind of analysis of critical incidents collected from 2 kinds of context. He told these people working in organizations that write one of your most satisfying experiences at work, and then write one of the most frustrating experiences at work. And then he compiled all these together, separately analyzed. And then he found that the most satisfying experiences were about the content of your work, which was only percentages, something like 78% on content in that group, or 62% in the other group of the context, that is the boss or the colleagues or other kinds of salary, these kinds of things, context of the work. So context and content. This is how, just by looking at the percentages, he said, proposed this great two-factor theory. I can cite so many other examples, but for want of time, I'm not going into all that. But basically, now our problem is that we get trained because we cannot train somebody about the insights. Insights should come from your experience. So because we cannot do that, we train them on the methodology. And then they think that methodology is more important than the insight. And then pick up a standardized questionnaire or, numbers matter much. You try to collect as many, questionnaires as possible and all that. So it is actually your methodology is given priority than the issue that you are investigating. So that should change. You identify the issue from your real life experience or encounters, and then find out if there are no good method available. Create your own method which is suitable for investigating that. So that is what I have done. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, sir. It was
Okay.
really a wonderful session where it covered the concepts of entrepreneurship, as well as it covered how to organize a case survey method, as well as the research of critical incidents. It was really a good session, sir. Now I request Sri Akhil Raj, Research Scholar of Commerce, to deliver vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all of you. So the last 1.5 hours, we were listening curiously to the speech of Dr. Mathew J. Manimala, sir. It was a very pleasant speech, and he has a lot of knowledge. It's a sea of knowledge through the long period of research and experience. He has shared some of his experience here, and we have got some new knowledge about the entrepreneurial innovations, and the area was open to us now. And I would like to extend my gratitude towards Professor Mathew J. Manimala, sir, the Professor of Organization Behavior, IIM Bangalore, with respect to the all of the research scholars, the faculties, and the participants of this international conference. The technical session one was really fruitful to us, sir. We are really thankful to you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you all, and hope to see you sometime.
Thank you, sir.
Shall we
Yes, sir,
close
we
the
can.
session now?
Yes, sir, we can close the session.
Okay.
And dear participants, we will have the second session by 2 p.m.
Okay. So thank you once again, and bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Good afternoon. Mahananda sir, can you hear me? Mahananda sir, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Ganga,
Yes, sir.
am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
So, are we there in Studio S DC? Hello? So, I think it is the time we will start with. So, I would like to welcome everybody in the technical session second of today's program. So, I would like to introduce Professor Mahananda Chalise. He is the professor in Faculty of Management, Thribhuvan University. He is a present member in Executive Council of Thribhuvan University, and he was the former director at the School of Management, Thribhuvan University. Besides this, he is also the chairman of subject committee in Faculty of Management, Thribhuvan University, as well as the other universities in Nepal, such as Midwestern University, as well as Provincial University. Sir is also involved in management consultancy, particularly in knowledge management. He is in knowledge management, so he is in also consulting, particularly for the public institutes and few of the ministries of government of Nepal. So he is consulting in regards of knowledge management framework and how it can be fitted with the public service delivery. He is working with Ministry of Finance in regards of knowledge management framework, as well as with the Nepal Rashtriya Bank, that is the Central Bank of Nepal. He is also working as a consultant with various UN agencies, just like UN Women, UNICEF, and other partners in Nepal. So I would like to welcome Professor Mahananda Chalise. He is delivering his talk in micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises and COVID-19 in Nepalese perspective. So I would like to welcome Professor Chalise, sir, and I would like to give you the platform for your deliberation, sir, please. Sir, the mic off, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ganga, for your kind introduction to me. So my slide is visible or not?
Yes, sir. We can see.
So I really welcome all of you in my session, and this is a very good platform. So it is my great privilege and to share my experience, observations, especially on the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise and COVID-19 Nepalese experience. So this is the study is based fundamentally on the qualitative research, having about 60 respondents from the different micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. How did they respond? So what happened in the, especially in the Nepalese scenario and Nepalese perspectives. So as we know that small and medium-sized enterprise accounts for 2/3 of the global jobs and half of its GDP. So if you see in the Nepalese context, 90% of registered enterprise are micro, small and medium enterprise, and 95% of employment are created by this sector. And the role of SMEs MSME is significant as it creates job, mobilize local resources, local economy, and creates health. The business performance of this sector, if you see, has a large impact on the overall economic performance of the country. As we know that we have been highly affected by the rapid spread of the COVID-19 has put a significant hold in even in the Nepalese economic activities, as the government imposed strike and lockdowns in starting from in March 2020, and which has devastating effect on the Nepalese SMEs, as they are less equipped with the strategies, resources to cope with the crisis. So in these perspectives, even if you see after the reopening of the economies, the cases of even the COVID has dramatically increased. So as the mortality rate, even if you see some of the old records, and the local and federal governments are imposing different measures. But if you see in the Nepalese government and the Nepal government estimated almost only 2.5% GDP growth for the year 2020, whereas the World Bank has revisited its forecast and predicted only 1.8% of the fiscal year 2020, which has estimated that accommodation and food include tourism, hotels, arts, entertainments, recreation, transportation are the most affected, whereas manufacturing, construction, wholesale, retail trade, and agriculture are affected moderately. Despite this reopening, the economic activities are still very slow as international issues, and this crisis disproportionately affect most vulnerable groups of the Nepalese society, such as women, elderly, and the marginalized community. Is there any problem in my slides?
Yes, sir, your slides are not moving.
Yes. Same case happened in the previous years.
The first slide is still open. No. क्लोज गरेर फेरि खोल्दाखेरि हुन्छ कि सर? Yes. Yes, अहिले आएछ. Thank you. Sir, you are mute. Sir, please unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes, is it okay?
Yes, sir, please. Go ahead.
Yes. And the major source of initial financing for small and medium-sized enterprise in Nepal comes from inheritance, ancestral properties, and income and savings. According to the report entitled Small and Medium-Sized Enterprise Monitor published by the Asian Development Bank, 33.1% of SMEs are using inheritance, wealth, or ancestral properties, while 25.8% are using income and saving for initial financing for their business. So access to, if you see in the bank credit remains in the Nepalese context limited to MSMEs, with just 60% of them going to bank and financial institution. And this is the case of Nepal. And the Nepalese MSMEs have survived through decade long because we face the civil war, political uncertainties, earthquakes, and blockade from the Indian side. And they have found their ways to survive those challenges, yes. And then after immediately this COVID-19 crisis poses greater threat as it has affected all the sectors in Nepal. MSMEs need support from the government and other agencies. At the same time, they need to come up with strategies to find new market opportunities within Nepal and abroad. Similarly, in Nepalese case, most of micro, medium, and small enterprise bearing some big business houses, they are operated as family-owned businesses in Nepal. Even this type of scenario we tend to witness both in India and Bangladesh. For instance, around 80% of the overall business in India are family-owned and operated. Even though no precise official statistics are available for Nepal, it is estimated that around 85 to 90% of businesses are family-owned. If you see, about 85% of workers in Nepal are informal, from the informal sectors, and the majority of MSMEs are engaged in services and operate in rural area in the regions. And the report shows that the other sources of initial financing for MSMEs are informal credit 8%, remittance income 6.8%. Even if you see the cooperatives, 5.9%, and venture capital 0.5%. And the private sector representative organizations have been very vocal on these issues, on demanding a stimulus plan to help the private sector get back to business. If you see, the government of Nepal has responded to COVID-19 through its, even in the budgetary policies, like the government has assigned some kind of the special law, low interest 5% loan fund from the 42 billion USD in its fiscal plan 2021. And similarly, it has provision almost 84 million USD for refinancing at 5% interest as an economic stimulus plan to such business. And we have some Nepalese initiative to respond some kind of the impact of this COVID-19 and to improve access to finance. The government and central bank provide the several soft loan programs, which has a kind of the mandatory lending scheme. 5% of the loan portfolio are allocated to target groups such as MSMEs, and refinancing facilities, and consulting services. Nepal Rashtra Bank, our central bank, Nepal Central Bank, Nepal Rashtra Bank is a Nepal Central Bank, requires commercial bank to provide 40% of their loans to agriculture, 50% by July if you see in 2023, energy and tourism 10% by July in 2024, and MSMEs 15% by July in 2024. And we have in our government policy like MSME lending in defined as a loan below rupees 10 millions, and similarly if you see in the development banks case, and that bank must issue 20% and the finance companies 50% of their loans to these sectors by 2024. 3, all these are the government provisions which has responded the COVID-19 with 4 measures. Normally, the Nepal government has started in this area to respond the impact of the COVID-19 on immediate relief programs, reduce the impact of COVID-19, economic support measures, and liquidity support measures through its fiscal and monetary policies. Even the government has launched an economic support package that includes, if you see, deferred payment on tax, concession on interest rate payment, and utility payments that cost about 5% of the GDP. And from this study, this is, as I beginning, as I told you, that this is the qualitative study, and based on the interview, some kind of focus group discussions, and then the challenges for the development of SMEs in the Nepalese context, identify some of the polling issues and the lack of an entrepreneur culture, and inadequate identification of the target groups, inability to link training with the industries. So need to get the challenge, fund operational and insufficient funds for a startup, the inability to harness opportunities created by globalization, and new technology is also challenging for the development of MSMEs in the Nepalese case. And Nepalese economy and business have witnessed a catastrophic impact of the pandemics, and this study basically carried to assess the impact of COVID-19 on Nepalese micro, small, medium enterprises, some kind of the degree of their resilience to fight with the challenges posed by the crisis. And this issue also explore how they responded to the crisis, the major challenges and opportunity they have faces. And similarly, the government of Nepal has finally come up with the stimulus package of Nepalese currency 50 billion to financially assist affected business, primarily small and medium enterprises, after almost 8 months since the first lockdown. With the issuance of the business continuation loan disbursement guidelines, even the Ministry of Finance announce or declare some kind of the loan disbursement guidelines to help the struggling enterprises stay afloat and pay their employees. This concessional loan to especially in the micro, small, medium enterprises, along with other entities in the financial predicaments, at an interest rate of 5% for the first year and 6% from the second year. So in the Nepalese, this MSMEs predominantly operate in the informal sectors, and making it all the more difficult for these firms to access the formal finance, and consequently the availability of the concessional loan is largely limited to registered entities, while unregistered counterparts are generally left unfunded, because most of the this type of the institution in the Nepalese case are unregistered. If the government is earnest enough in its effort to revitalize the MSME sector, then it will need to make necessary provision to expand the reach of such initiatives, so that the unregistered business could also reap benefits. And so simplifying this process, and this should be simplifying the process and removing this eligibility criteria entail in obtaining these loans are few of the approaches that could be taken by the government to make credit accessible to the wider business populations, because SMEs experience shortage of the labor forces even in that time, shortage of needed raw material in the supply side also, and whereas sudden loss of demand and revenue in demand side also. So in this perspective, the Nepalese MSMEs with limited infrastructure development and weaker logistic management have faced the challenges of meeting the customer demand and maintaining the supply chain. So this has a big impact, even if you see in the SMEs cash flow, loss of customer and revenue, and many eventually shut down the business in that periods. Even this type of the situations still we are facing, and even consumer confidence drop as their focus shifted to primary healthcare and safety, and their loss of income, if you see, resulted in steady decline in the consumption pattern also. Therefore, SMEs are very vulnerable in the periods in terms of the occupational safety, health condition, and find it difficult to maintain social distancing, safety measures, as their existing business model, system, resource are simply not enough. And similarly, therefore, the government must come with the proper mechanisms to improve targeting to avoid high inclusions and exclusion errors prevalent in most social welfare program also. So fundamentally, I want to interlink this adopt very powerful approach, and which is like a strategy business compatibles. So how to link this COVID-19 accelerate the trend of the transforming to the olds, and even Nepalese economy, Nepalese micro, small medium enterprises also are not isolated from these issues. And if you see like a adopt approach like asymmetry, increasing wealth disparity, and the erosion of the middle class people, the crisis will hit the even in the hit poor people, poor regions, and poor countries hardest. Even if you see the unemployment at the bottom of the wealth pyramid will grow, and the small business will fall on a massive scale. If you see the trend of the even in the international perspectives or some of the international research based on these issues, and it is more hit by the even small businesses. And the pervasiveness of the technology and its impact on the individual levels, society, and the climate also, and the power of the big tech platform companies will increase. Climate change will be less of a focus in a short term, but may become a stronger imperative in the longer terms. If you see in the age approach like adopt a demographic pressure on the business, social institution, and economies, fewer opportunities will be available for young workers. Pressure on pensions and the social welfare systems will increase. Developing markets will struggle to stimulate job create. And another issue is like a case of the polarization, and is a breakdown in global consensus and the fracturing world with growing nationalisms and the populisms. Even economies will become more localized, owing to the reconfiguration of the supply chain that is highly focused to the local resources, local people, local economy, and that would be better compatible for if you really operationalize the SMEs in our context, and then even we can reap the more benefit and opportunities. And even humanity may come together to solve the important problem. And finally, it is necessary of the trust, like a declining confidence in the institutional that underpin the society, because there is an issue of the distrust in institution ability to respond fairly will grow. Some institution and the leaders will come out the crisis with stronger reputations. So this is the very powerful model that we can even contextualize in the Nepalese context in case of this MSMEs. And if you see this effective response, while understanding from the management perspectives, because this is the issue of the acceleration of the adopt model. So we have to restart definitely, and then so before then we need to repair, restart, rethink, reconfigure reports. These are the issues that after pandemic, and because economic condition became urgent, share global experience, need for information and the security is increased. So would be the better, the management tool and management perspectives. And if you see the three waves of COVID-19 crisis, especially hitting into the, micro and small medium enterprises in context of the, Nepalese organization, that we can successfully accelerate the speed with the progress, though the waves tend to emerge stronger, like an immediate term, and then a medium term and the long terms, because we have to understand from the three different perspectives. For immediate terms, we have to see the mobilization that is secure the safety of your workforce, because every worker, every people's every employees, they need safety of, from the workplace, and establish some kind of the response mechanism and response structure. And similarly, then after they want stabilize and develop some tactical responses to the challenges of navigating the COVID-19 as a new normal. And finally, then even Nepalese SMEs, they have to strategize and design a strategy for emerging stronger in the post-COVID-19 economy. And so this is my conclusion and way forward. So the pandemic is still disrupting business, economy, and lives. Even if you see like a fourth stage, and even most of the countries, even in the Nepal and India and other South Asian and other European countries, they are again hit by the COVID issues. And even while keeping social distance and taking safety measures, business tend to reopen, but the impact is so overwhelming that MSMEs are not able to see through this crisis. And the impact is huge. Loss of sales and cash flow is immediate, but the consequences are severe and mid-term in nature. Despite the challenges posed to Nepalese MSMEs, most MSMEs are paying their workers and keeping them so far. And their resilience strategy is reflected in their pursuit to continue their business by keeping the people changing their business model. So they even Nepalese SMEs, they try to define and design what would be the better compatible business model in these crisis situations, and how we continue the good relationship with their clients and stakeholders. Even despite these challenges, they are very much optimistic to post-pandemic situation and foresees new business opportunities. But however, they are not satisfied with the government efforts at the time of crisis. And they expect the possibility of using technology to leverage the future prospects. So one of the very important things that, because even the countries like us, we identify lots of the opportunities and issues from the technological disruptions and technological innovations, and their entrepreneurial trust will take them behind the crisis. And they need innovation and explore new market opportunities. And the chaos and uncertainty of, if you see the pandemic is not over yet, and it is still difficult to see through these crises. And even if you see the report of the World Bank, that COVID-19 has profound loss of the consequences on Nepalese business and economy. Even if you see which leads to new business model, but what kind of the new business model, what is the new business approach will be better fit. So that should be necessary to research and to identify. And it is likely that Nepalese economy and business will look inward as a export has, like a foreign employment opportunity decline. Even digitalization is taking headways in Nepalese market with startup companies. Green growth will be, good for the sustainable economic recovery, while increasing in vulnerability and inequality due to this pandemic. Even if you see that same thing is also, the finding is similar with the World Economic Forum 2020, more focused that the COVID-19 pandemic is exposing the systematic inequalities of the global economic systems and threatening the progress towards the, if you see the equality and advancement of the even some kind of the human rights also. And so in these perspectives, what did our government, respond in that? If you see, as I already, told there, like poor measures, even that immediate relief programs, economic support, liquidity supports, okay? And so this every crisis also gives, even some kind of the new opportunities. What they need to is to invest in technology, market development, innovations, even some kind of the operational definition, building a strong customer basis and relations. And while most of the MSMEs reported loss of sales, some of SMEs who rely on the digital technology even reported increase. Yes, we found that some of the small medium enterprises who adopted some kind of the digital technologies, and they reported increase in sales during even in the pandemic periods. So increasing number of the platform business. If you see in the Nepal, as a micro, small, medium enterprises, platform business in Nepalese market like Daraz, Kirana, Sasto Dil, Foodmandu, Hamro Bazar, Munja, Nepal Bay. This is a platform business have positive impact if you see on increasing sales and expansion of the business. So there was increase in use of mobile technology also, digitalization during the pandemic. There is an acceleration in use of mobile technology, even in trade of the goods and services, social interaction, public services and entertainment. Even this study reported an increase in internet user by 35% over the last 4 months during the lockdown. So these businesses are expected to grow as more SMEs to enhance their reach, will look for ways to improve their sales through these new opportunities, so that every crisis also provides or gives some kind of the new opportunities even in the Nepalese scenario. And then MSMEs need to invest in technology to capitalize the growth of e-commerce. They need to observe market shift and identify the opportunities, make their product and services available through e-commerce. Even mobile applications, social media, content marketing should be streamlined, because MSMEs need to build resilience by strengthening their entire supply chain and improving their operational efficiency. So cutting cost and generating cash flow would give some leverage to get back to business. The role of government is really necessary in safeguarding MSMEs and building their resilience through its physical and monetary policies also, along with the long-term trade facilitation services. And there should be again stimulation plan would help SMEs gain some more confidence. So this is my presentation, and so thank you very much. So if you have any queries, comment and suggestion, I would be more happy, and then I really appreciate your constructive suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chalise. So we'll open the house for any questions. So I would request the participant for their questions to the floor, please.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please, sir. Sahil, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, just my query is the challenges for the Nepalese MSMEs is the entrepreneurial culture in Nepalese people. So in your insight or in your research, through your research, how can we develop or change this or develop entrepreneurial culture in Nepalese students or Nepalese people?
Very good questions. Yes, we can mechanize to develop the entrepreneur culture even in the Nepalese context, because we may have a different mechanisms. The first mechanism is some kind of the education and training, because since we have a university, we have a college, because we have a course of entrepreneurship, business plan development, startup. Yes, and therefore this type of the culture, if you see even from the last 2-3 years, has been substantially increasing in the Nepalese context. The first that there should be some kind of the mentorship programs. So what kind, even from the side of the government, even if you see government from this budget, this fiscal year's budget, government is going to establish some kind of the innovation center, to educate, to train the people, those who are interested to run some kind of the startup, some kind of the entrepreneur activities. So major thing is that this kind of the mentorship, education, knowledge sharing, knowledge disseminating, experience sharing, storytelling, some kind of the formal training, formal development programs that should be established, should be designed. Even if you see, we have 3 tiers of the government: federal level government, like province level government, and the local government level governments. Even from my research, okay, still I'm unable here to show my all the findings. In my study also, that 3 tier of the governments, they should establish some kind of the institutional framework, to educate and to create the awareness of the entrepreneur culture. So this is really necessary in the Nepalese context. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Chalise. We can take a few of the questions more, and if there is not, I will proceed with. I think we do not have more questions on this. Yes, when we talk about MSMEs, particularly Nepal, it may do have a significant contribution to economic growth and the job creation in Nepal. However, MSME do have their own survival ecosystem, particularly when we are talking about Nepal as a developing country. And there are numerous challenges facing in concerns to COVID-19 too. So making SMEs in Nepal more resilient in this crisis of COVID-19 is a great sense of challenges we are facing in Nepal, though we are hopeful. Thank you, Professor Chalise. With this mentions, it helped us to gain more understanding in regards of this issue, particularly in concern with MSMEs.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes. Yes.
I have one query with me.
Hello.
Hello. Sir, I have one query with me.
Yes, please. If you have some queries.
Yes, sir. Can you differentiate between the context of Nepal and the MSMEs of Nepal and India?
So yes, so because if you see, more or less similar, but my study is not the comparative study with the MSVs of Indian context and the Nepalese context. But if I gone through the literatures while doing this study, I have gone substantial amount of the literature even in the Indian context and the Nepalese context, because what I found that most of the issues are similar.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Definitely, as we are far away and we are connected online, maybe there are certain technical glitches. So, do you have more questions on this?
So there is a question on the chat box.
Yes, sir.
There is a question on the chat box. May I read it?
Yes, I have just seen. The question is, MSME sector is one of the growing sectors in India, especially in Kerala. What about marketing strategy adopted by the MSMEs in Nepal? Professor Chalise?
Yes, I have seen the chat box question, very nice and very interesting questions. If you see even in the MSMEs in the Nepalese context, they are using the we have seen the different types of the social media, like even some content marketing, meta marketing, even some kind of the, advertising also, publicity also, even public relation also, and they maintain the one-to-one marketing, which is known as the meta marketing. So they make the customer relationship, and they communicate about their product and their services. Even if you see from the last 2 years in Nepal, there is a substantial, development of the digital marketing strategies in case of MSMEs in Nepalese context.
Thank you, Professor Chalise. Thank you, Vishnu, for this question too. So, do you have more questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vishnu, sir. So, thank you for the questions, and I would like to thank Professor Chalise to take this issue of law in regards of MSMEs and how more resilient we can make MSMEs, particularly in the case of Nepal. And thank you for your mentions here. It helped us to gain more understanding in this issue a little bit more on the depth. But we think that there are a lot of issues that we can discuss of MSMEs right now, but definitely the time constraints is there. And we are also connected with this online mode, so some of the technical glitches I also may have. So thank you. I would like to thank everybody, the participants from STC, participants from Nepal, and other nations too. Thank you, Professor Chalise, once again, to present your papers and the thoughts to us and to make us realize the issue that we have in regards of medium and small enterprises or micro enterprises as well in Nepal. So thank you everybody. We will now move to the technical session third, and I would like to give the session to Studio STC. Sir, please. Thank you once again to everybody.
Respected all, we shall meet at 3:30 for the next technical session. That is the third session. Thank you.